All right. Let's see how things get rocking and rolling here. I think I added everything correctly. Looks like I did. So today we are going to be working very specifically on some automation for our scout. So the big important thing here is the scout is really, really powerful for running around um, and looking for some different stuff that we might need. So let's take a look, actually. I'm going to go put a bunch of this stuff away. We were working a little bit. I was talking to some people on the Discord last night, and we were working with portable shield generators. So one of the things that happens is your portable shield generators actually regen shield inside of storages and inside of inventories. So there's this really interesting thing that you can do where you can just get your scout to hot swap, or any of your like characters or structures or anything could just be hot swapping your shield generators and just keeping themselves healthy as like a form of healing, you know. Um, so that's going to be something that's really interesting when we start doing combat. We may also do some of that here with the exploration, because our scout is probably going to take fire, and we might want to do something about that. So there's a few things that I need to explore here. Number one, we need to come up with some good movement logic. I don't know if there's a way for me to like map things or keep track of places I've discovered and only go places that we haven't discovered yet. I don't know. I need to figure out what exactly the range is. Do I need to get like a radar? Actually, that's probably a good thing to go with. Here's another. No, this is a medium. I wonder if there's a small repair kit or component that I can put on my little duder here. But yeah, we probably need to find ourselves like a radar or something like that, which I'm pretty sure this character started with a radar and then I like took it off. But here's a small radar. Scans outside of visual range. So this gives you a 40 range. That's interesting. So let's put that on our scout. And let's see. So we won't have as much storage, which will be fine. The storage stuff was kind of important for some other things, but I don't think we're going to need this storage. So let's see here. So we have 3 search filters on our radar, and we can trigger those. But let's look instead. Can we loop the radar, maybe? Let's go into our thing here. This was all something to do. What the hell was this? Oh, this is an exploration that we put in that we stole from somebody. That's right. But let's just kind of get ourselves a little open space here. And let's take a look at radar. Scan for the closest unit that matches the filters. This doesn't require the radar component. I wonder if this radar either uses the visual component or the radar component, depending on whether or not you have one. Or if the only way to access the radar component is just through this. Because I don't just want 3 filters, right? I want to be looping through everything that this radar sees. And then let's see, it's outputting a result. Search filter 1 is required to return a radar result. Click to choose from inventory items or information icons. Search filter 2 refines the radar result, and search filter 3 refines. So I don't actually understand this. Because there aren't any situations, as far as I can tell. Maybe it would be like if I picked a unit, like a unit type, like a cub as the first one, and then like picked with an internal storage or something like that as the second one. Would that refine that further? So like if I pick, let's pick worker, because I've got workers here, and it's not picking up anything. But then maybe if I pick worker with metal ore, will it pick up anything? Because this one is showing, oh no, this is engineer. So let's pick engineer. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be picking up any sort of result. Let's put the result to the go-to and see. And then what if we just remove that result? Yeah, so it'll pick up the worker just fine. So I don't understand exactly what it wants when it comes to deciding that stuff. Also, why do these things keep having these attachments to this scout? It's really freaking me out. I don't like it. Is it that? Stop being attached to my scout. They were trying to go to... Oh, because I probably took something out of them. That makes sense. Well, keeping everything in this game organized is going to be a nightmare. Automating this game is going to end up breaking down. There needs to be a lot of like trash collection that's going to have to get automated, where you have to be able to say like, okay, we don't need this to be going on anymore. So let's clear it. There's going to have to be a lot of that, especially with the registers. Registers having stuff in them that they don't need is going to be a huge pain. But yeah, so I don't really understand how this is all working right now, and how this radar works, and how I can access the radar through, I guess. So this is maybe a way for us to have multiple radars going. What's the range of the regular? Let's see if we can figure it out. Range of radar behavior node desynced. Let's see. The desynced, the radar behavior node range is primarily determined by the specific radar component equipped to the unit, ranging from 30 to 50 tiles. The radar behavior allows units to detect, scan, and interact with objects within its defined area, which is essential for automation such as localizing resources or setting up patrol routes. Okay, that's what the AI says. Let's see about the wiki. Okay, the wiki doesn't seem to have anything. Here we go, portable radar. And then I guess there's also a long-range radar. This is all very hard. This is not the radar I was looking for. Oh, here's something interesting. Okay, so something that this did give me some information on is information. So this here is registering my own owned buildings. This here is registering allied buildings. This would be enemy um, units and buildings, sorry. Then this would be world, which is things like explorables. So let's see if I can find one that's just a straight up resource. Here we go. Resource nodes and scattered resources, mineable resources, robots. So this is one that we definitely want right here. So one of our radar things is going to be mineable objects. And then we're going to want to define that mineable object. And then we're going to want to put it in an array. Then we have bug, human, alien. For the most part, these can just fall under the enemy tag probably. So we'll probably just go ahead and put enemy as another one. These are solved or unsolved. Solved or unsolved explorables. Can loot matches dropped items, scattered resources, and partially or fully solved explorables. In logistics network, units and buildings located inside the logistics network. Specify the numerical value returned by the radar. I don't really know what that means. Limit the range of the search. So probably I could use resources over. Okay, let's check that. So if I hit resources, it's going to pick up this crystal deposit. And if we go to that crystal deposit, it's this one, because that's the closest one. But if I set a value here, what if I set like 5,000? And then I take a look. Now, oh, so it's intentionally returning 5,000, not identifying 5,000. Oh, we can get it. Okay. So if we go to information, we can just change. Oh, no, we can't. Hold up. There's no option for numbers there. That's unfortunate. Because I'd actually like to change this to be minables with at least 5,000. I wonder why I can't add a number value here. That's interesting. Hmm. Okay. So we've got minables, we got some number stuff: infected, damaged, slightly damaged, heavily damaged, out of power, shut down, moving, path blocked, idle, valley, plateau, not blighted, blighted, grounded, flying. Okay, so some interesting stuff in here. This information stuff is really cool. So what we're going to be looking for then. Okay, none of these can have numbers attached to them either. I really, really want to only identify stuff that has. So this radar is really kind of annoying because it only allows you to get the closest thing that suits those parameters. And that's not really what I'm interested in, right? I'm interested in finding all of the things in an area, looping through everything. So I don't think that this radar is actually going to be all that useful to me. So instead, we're going to want some loop action. We've got loop nearby resources. This just tells us the total amount of resources in the visible range of a couple of different types, or of every different type. So if there were like 20,000 if there were like 20,000 crystal and 20,000 metal, it would loop through and find that. But it wouldn't find specific nodes that have the most. Let's see, looping units in range. So you can pick a range here. Then what's the filter? Okay, here we go. Looping minables in a range of, say 30. Okay, that's cool. So here you're getting, I like this. I like this. What else can I add? When I filter this for minables, okay, and when I'm filtering for minables, we're also allowed to enter a number here. So we could pick 5,000, right? And then when it figures out what that is, we can go ahead and put that unit into a variable and then act on that. So this is exactly what I'm looking for here. So we're going to leave this and we're going to go into one of these other behaviors, because the moving around behavior, I might actually just keep this one. This routine is all very nice. I might want to look at this subroutine here and see what happens. But for the most part, I think this one probably works pretty well. And so I don't have to worry too much about whether or not I can use this. So at least for now, I can use this to run my tests and stuff. But we're going to go over to one of these other ones and we're going to make a new. We're going to delete all this stuff. And so the thing we want is loop units. This loop units is going to end up being like a bread and butter. Let's just do 30, like a bread and butter type program here. I wonder, so this doesn't say that it has, up to units visibility range. Okay, so it does have a limit. We're going to save that. How do I find out what my unit's visibility range is? Visibility range is 10. Perfect. Okay. I'm really feeling this. I think this is going to be real good. These are really small crystals. I thought they'd have more resources than that. Like this one's got 20,000 in this metal ore. So this is one of the things that I actually think I want to really look for when I start doing my base setup. I need to change it because I want to find a spot that has an accessible rock that has like 20,000 of the resource. So that way I could just build a structure right next to it and just mine the shit out of it and not have to worry. And then I can build sort of right next to that thing that's gathering the resources. I can build a beacon once I get to it and build a whole production like line right around that resource and then just fucking mine the shit out of it and not worry about all these little resources, right? Like I think I can even attack these little resources. Let's find out. Let's put that in there. And then let's put that on there. And let's see here. Can I just like attack resources? And like, oh yeah, you can. So this is what I'm talking about. If it's not a lot of resources, I might just blow it up. Because there's 20,000 right here. And then all together, there's maybe another 20,000 over here. So I can get more than enough from this node. And then I can just kill the rest of this stuff. And I could do the same thing, like if there was a big crystal node inside of here, and so I couldn't build my building right next to it, I could just kill everything on the way and then build my building right in there. So that's something we're probably going to worry about, and we're going to want to do. Right, like there's a 13,000 crystal chunk right up here. So we want some sort of production facility on top of that. Right, here's a 12,000. We got all this crystal in these big chunks right around me. There's a 12,000. There's a 13,000 silica, right? That's super huge. Here's another, boom, big crystal. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to look specifically for within a range of 10. Whoops. Within a range of 10, we are going to look for any mineable resource that has at least 10,000. And that's going to output to A here. Now, when we get this unit, we actually need to separate this register. We need to separate that out, and we need to get the XY coordinates. Okay. That's really important because once we get the XY coordinates of this, we want to be able to append these two coordinates to, so we want to combine now. Combine register, combine coordinate. So we want to combine the X and the Y value into a coordinate value. And then let's go ahead and apply that coordinate value to the go-to right now. And then let's save it. And then let's go ahead and start that behavior. Oops, wrong behavior. I'm not really sure what this dude's doing. I've turned off. Oh my goodness. What the hell happened? Where is he going? Oh, he's going to 0, 0. Oh, okay. I kind of think I get it. That's funny that he's going to 0, 0. Um, so if there's no value to be added, then it automatically adds the 0, 0 value, which is interesting because there should have been a value to add. This metal should have counted. So something is going wrong. It's not picking up minables that have at least 10,000 resources. Hmm. Or if that is happening, then it's not getting the coordinate for them. Um, let's break this and let's just append that to the go-to. Because I guess technically I can just append that to the go-to and we could just go there. So if we boom click that, okay. So it picks up what I'm putting down here. Except it's not. It doesn't appear to be using the 10,000 value. It's just picking up the nearest resource. And that's wrong. So it looks like this filter is not doing what I want it to do. So let's clear the value. Let's go back to information. Let's go to mineable. Let's hit another filter and let's see. Specify the numerical value. That we definitely didn't get. Damn. What are we looking for here? How do we make it look for a certain number of the resource? I mean, I guess we could do like an if check on it, and then it would just have to loop through everything every single time. But that's not, we only want it to pick up a unit if that unit has more than 5 or more than 10,000 of a resource. So how do I stop it from picking up everything? Because I don't want to do all of the checking all the time. Because we could compare. We can separate this, right? We can get the number in here as well. So we've got B, C. We can make D the number. And then we can compare the number here. Right, and we can pull in the D value. We can compare that to 10,000. And if that's not what we want, we reset the loop. If it's equal or larger, then we get the location. And then, boom, we put the location on there. So we can totally do that. Before, for some reason, the XY coordinate wasn't coming out. We may also need the unit here. So we're going to go ahead and take that as an E. And I can go back and rename these at some point. Yeah, so that's A. It adds that up there. This is the register we're breaking apart. Okay, so we want that. And then we play this. It's probably going to go back to 0, 0. Nope. Hmm. We're combining the XY into a coordinate and setting it to our go-to, but it's not setting anything. So we're separating that register into the number. We're comparing the number value to 10,000. If it's smaller than 10,000, having a little trouble with this separation thing. I think this is where everything's kind of breaking down. The reason I'm making it move, this won't actually be a part of anything. We're making it move to that location right now, specifically because we want to see if it's working. So it should be going from here. Right, it should pick that up and go there. I wonder if maybe it's just going through too many. Okay, so it's still just comparing a ton of different stuff. So maybe that was the problem. It just never got to that larger. Nope. It's bouncing back and forth on this a lot. What if we swap these? Do I need the value here maybe? Now it's trying to go to 0, 0. It's at least breaking out of that little loop, which is nice. Okay. So it's not picking up. Do I need to separate out? So we're separating out the number here. But do I need to? Can I just set? Here we go. We just set component. So let's close that out. Let's even see if we can just take this out. Because this register has a number value, right? We get the number. And then let's just compare the number. And if we have that, if it's equal or greater, Then we will set the value of the unit to our goto. And this will break us away from all of that bullshit with the separating and stuff. Now let's see. Okay, it's getting set in some sort of weird loop again. And it's not doing anything. It's not setting the goto. Maybe it's happening too fast. It's going through too many things, and so it can't move. Okay, so we're looping all of the units, all of the mineable resources. And then we're comparing to this value. If it's equal to or greater than, let's actually try swapping these again. Right, let's go here, let's go here. Because now we're not separated. That's probably what was going on. Okay, so we're comparing. We're going back to the loop, and we're comparing. It's taking a really long time to compare that value to 10,000. But we are doing it. Something I want to use maybe for diagnostics is we want to take this and show it as the visual every time. The reason we want to do that is I want to see what are we figuring out here. So what node are we looking at right now? Okay, so it's cycling, but it doesn't know the values of these resources. And that's the problem it's running into. It thinks everything has a zero value. So how do we figure out, do we need to read that value somehow? Because right now, we're not seeing the totals, which doesn't seem like it's something they're trying to hide, right? I can mouse over these and see them just fine. So how do we decide? And so it's never going to this move because there's nothing there. And that's why that split was also not working. So let's close this down. And let's see. How do we fix this? We're picking up mineable objects. And then we want to scan, maybe. Get. Can we get a component remotely, maybe? From this unit right here. What component? Probably its visual component. And then can we output that value? All of these values are useless now, I wonder. Oh, they're still available down here, okay. So we'll put this as an F value then. And then let's put the F value as the visual. So we're going to get from its visual component. And hopefully that'll let us know. And then if we have to, we'll compare, right? We'll use the visual component to compare. Although for now, probably this is better. Okay, let's save all that. And then let's try running it again. Okay. I don't think it's working, but I think we need to put this up here, actually. So let's kill some things here. Hang on. Okay, so we're checking, we're getting a mineable. That's going to be A. Unit A is going to go here, and from Unit A, we're getting its visual data. And then it looks like it's trying to send that to our own visual data. And then that value is value F. And we're going to send that to our visual data. And then we're going to compare. Sure, let's compare the visual data to this and see if that works. Okay, that is not correct. So the next thing we're going to want to do, I don't even know if we're actually picking up proper information. But we're going to now go through the index. So let's start with index 0 and see if that gives us any information we want. Okay, and it's just not even getting any data to send to our visual. We're still doing our comparison and stuff. But because we're doing that comparison there, so let's change that. We still want to do our comparison here. But we're not showing any visual data there. So then we're going to go in here. We're just going to step through to the next possible component index. And we'll save that, and we'll see what happens. Looks like we're getting no data. So let's go to the next component index. And let's go see what that does. We're getting no data. So let's go to the next component index. And we're still getting no data. Okay. I'm starting to think that maybe I'm going down a wrong path here. Doesn't really look like any of this is working. Which is fine. We'll close that down. That's no big deal. How do we get... Because we can see those zeros. So how do we get the right number here? How do we get our radar to know how much of a resource is in there? We're getting the unit. We're outputting it. What are all of my getters? Get active order, get closest unit. Ooh, it might be get item. Get inventory item. There might be... Ooh. It might be an inventory. Okay, so let's bring the inventory down here. And then let's do item info. Maximum stack. Range, min range, damage, damage type, blast radius, move and fire, DPS, power storage, drain rate, charge rate, bandwidth, drone range, power. Okay. So we want maximum stack. Okay. So we get the item. Well, we get the unit. So let's put that in there as item. And the result will be F. We'll compare the F result. And we'll put the F result in the visual. This doesn't need to be in the visual. So the item is A. And then we're comparing the result F. Sure. We'll save all that. And we'll run it. Okay. Doesn't appear to be getting that data. And this is just to get the item. Of course, this might be the value we want here. Let's try inventory index 1 and output that as F. Go ahead and compare that value. And then set F to our visual value. If it gives us anything we actually want. Does not appear to be doing so. Oh, this is getting my inventory. This isn't even getting... I'm an idiot. There's no option for the unit there. So it's just checking my own. Why are all of my get options? There we go. Let's see. Get from component, get unit info. Maybe we'll need this. Get unit info. Movement, internal sockets, small sockets, medium sockets, large sockets. Nope. Ooh, I wonder if the durability value is the proper value there. That's an interesting proposition. Does not appear to be. Checking durability of the unit as the result F. The result F is being compared. Okay. Let's actually put this on the visual here. Okay, so it's just not showing me anything. Aren't you about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop? So get unit info is not the right answer. Get unit power info. Producing require. Oh, okay. Got it. Get unit type. The frame type. Okay, so that wouldn't probably help us. Get max stack returns the amount an item can stack to. Not really what we want. Get offset. Get research. Get from component. Get unit at. Ooh, I wonder if we could do this. We already have the unit though, so that's not. Could we get health maybe? As a percent, as its current, as its max. Let's do current. Set that as F. Put that up there on the visual. And then honestly, we can just break that all. Hmm. Okay, so it's not reading. We can actually cancel that too. Because right now, all I want to do is try and get something to show up with a number in the visual register. And so far, that's not really working. Okay. Oh, so it's not get health. That's fine. Ooh, get resource number. Holy shit. There we go. Surely that's the answer, right? That's gotta be it. Boom shakalaka. Now we're fucking cooking with gas, boys and girls. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Now we're going to compare that F result. We no longer want this to go in there. We no longer want any of this. Okay. So now the result is F. Actually, we're going to take all of this down. The result is going to be B. Let's take all the F's out. Result is going to be B. B gets compared to the value 10,000. If it's equal or larger, then the B value gets set as the move. And we're just going to see, can we get it to move to the 10,000? Now, we're not actually going to keep it as a move. Starting here, we're going to start appending these to an array, hopefully. So we're going to check all the values. Okay, we were just doing such a good job. Oh, because we're not outputting anymore. That's right. So we're not looking. Okay. So something's going wrong with my comparison. Oh, it just set a go-to value. But then it didn't go there. That's interesting. Why isn't it going? Instead of that, let's put this as a visual. And let's see if it ever at least just picks up. Okay, it should have just set the value. I saw it put something up in the visual. But now nothing's there. Okay, I'm missing something. We're getting our unit. That's the resource we're checking the value on. And when we were just putting the result, right, when we had this broken, and we were just putting the result up here, hold up. This isn't. This is going wrong. I need to be setting the visual to the value. That's the problem. But now it's still trying to read. I want to be writing. I want to be setting the visual register to this value. But it's reading from in both of these cases. And that's incorrect. Okay, value to set. Component and register number to set. Component index if multiple are equipped. Yeah, so this should just be going to the register. but instead it's trying to read from. That's so weird. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so the result of this is B. So we should be able to just move, right? If it's equal or larger, we want to move to it for now. Right? Can we save all that and then press play again? And then hopefully eventually it moves to that big ass rock. Nope. Maybe that doesn't count as a unit. Maybe it needs to be A before it can move there. For some unknowable reason. Yep, that's the problem. Okay, so when you check the resource value, you are not getting a unit value. You're just getting the amount of resources in that node, but there's no association to that node's coordinates in that value. And so you can't move to that location. But you can move to the original target, which means that's fine. So we're going to use the original unit variable when we start appending things to an array because we need the coordinate value. We also need the resource type, which should be in the unit value, but we don't actually need its total amount value because we know that it's more than 10,000 already because we're only going to save 10,000s. So now the thing we need to do is we need to get rid of this move unit and we need to append onto an array this unit variable so that we can have inside of our we're going to make a faction variable. And that faction variable is going to hold an array of every resource that this little guy ever gets behind or gets around. So this scout is going to scout all over the map. And it's just going to keep going. And it's going to append to the array every single time it finds a resource with more than 10,000 units. And then it's going to save that to a faction array. And that faction array is going to tell something. Hey, I found another really big resource. And then I'm going to find a way to exploit that resource. I'm going to use, a structure or a worker or something like that that has like a big storage or maybe lots of storage. I'll add a bunch of storage to it. And it'll bring a bunch of resources, and then it'll just plunk down all the structures that I need to exploit that resource, and then bring that resource back to my main base, or set up another satellite base, or do something so that I can expand and exploit as many resources as possible. Likely it will also have to go with some combat units, right? It won't be able to just go all by itself. But for now, we know how to identify, and this is a really short, right? This is pretty compact, pretty quick, and it can run concurrently. So this resource or this behavior is running concurrently with our exploration behavior. So this unit is going to be driving around and shit. And then while it's doing that, it's going to be looking for these resources. So let's make ourselves a faction variable real quick. We're going to add a new register. It's going to be, we already have just the register that's here. So this is going to be resource array. So now two things can happen, I guess. So either we can always execute on these resources, or we can save them to an array and then make the decision to execute on them later, which I think I'd prefer to keep them in an array and execute later. The current value is going to be nothing. So we have a faction variable called the resource array. And now memory get, memory set, loop memory, memory length, memory insert. So we want a memory insert. Get memory array element, insert value. Do we want to insert at index 0? Is that? So it's always at the start of the array. That way when the parameter changes, we always know to inspect that new parameter to make a decision on it. Let's do that. And then the value that we want to set is that right there. And that's it. And so then just to see how this works. Let's get rid of that. Let's set another integrated behavior. We're going to create a new. We're going to say act on array. And we're going to pull a parameter event. So if a parameter changes, nope. We're going to set a radio event, and the band is the R1. It's going to give us this variable, and then we're just going to go to that location. So we've got our scout. Our scout is checking radars. Our worker is waiting for the faction variable to change. And if it gets a signal from our faction variable, then it'll go to the location provided. Right? Maybe it needs to be closer. I don't think that's the case, but it's possible. Okay. Maybe index 0 doesn't work. Maybe index 1. And then let's go ahead and put this in my visual, because that'll make me feel better to be able to see it changing. So I saw it hit the 10K there. It's just going through all of these resources over and over again and comparing them. There it hit the 10K again. So it appended. I need to look at this right here and see if this is ever firing. It looks like it's in a permanent state of firing. So let's get a value here. And then let's get get memory array element. We're going to get the element at index 1. Whatever that value is, that is what we're going to put to the goto. So whenever it writes a new value, we're going to wait and see here. There it went to the 19, and this little guy still didn't do anything. I feel like we're stuck on this radio event. current value is nothing. Maybe we can't make this into an array. Let's go ahead and stop this guy. Let's go ahead and stop this guy. Let's go back in here. Oh, hold on. I never turned this into an array, did I? Yeah, I'm just a dum-dum. I set up a memory insert to this value, but there's no... Hang on. Maybe that's right. And then we'll go back in here. We'll kill that. And this just goes to that. And then we read. And then we play. And then I want to look at the current values. Okay. So let's not set this up as a memory insert. Right, this is just a... Hold up. I fucked up. I was only running the equal, wasn't I? I wasn't also running the larger. Oh, now what the fuck is going on? Oh, I hit the wrong button. All right, reading things, sending things. Check the current value, nothing. Should have just sent it, and it didn't. Okay. So we go back in here. We don't do memory set. We do... Can we do set component remotely? No. I feel like set to component, right? So the value is this one, the component we're setting. Why is this set as a constant value? I wonder if maybe I have something messed up inside of that. Because I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be able to change these values. let's look at some stuff. Let's go ahead and set this to the visual. So it's going to pull in on the R1 band, and it's going to set whatever is set there to the visual. We're going to start playing this right here. We're going to go manage, and we're just going to manually change something here. So let's manually change that to that. It's not going on the visual. So it's not picking up the event. Interesting. If we look here again, I mean, the value is right. The R1. That made sense. How do we use faction registers? Let's look up in the wiki. Let's do desynced faction register. Because I feel like there is just not a lot of information about this game on the internet. If I'm being totally honest, it's just not a ton, which is crazy. So how do I use faction registers? Because I want to be making things happen. Run event when the signal of a specified radio band changes its value. As soon as I can lock down these registers, we're good, because these are radio events, so they trigger things without having to run all the time, right? We're just listening for these events, and that's going to be really cool. I really like the idea of being able to trigger lots of different units. I'll probably use faction variables in almost every unit in the game to try and create sort of this hive mind going on. But I really, really don't understand faction registers. And it is a problem. because I want to save that information, because I want to map the world. So I'm going to look on the website on here. Hopefully it doesn't crash my stream. But let's go desynced faction registers. Desynced registers are essentially automation tools. I'm just going to read what the AI has to say. Component registers, parameter linking. Faction/global data. Faction registers can be used within behavior scripts to communicate information across the entire network or set global visuals. Okay, let's go to faction registers. Is there a way to set the visual register from a behavior? This is not what I'm looking for. No. There's a huge, getting started guide, but I don't see anything about faction registers in here. Oh, we're looking at the library. Hang on. Nope, never mind. Do I need a radio? Hold up. I might need some pieces here. We might not be able to send things without transmitters and receivers. So let's see if I can build some radio stuff. Or if that's the next. It might be the first advanced. Yeah, okay. So to do radio transmitters and receivers, I might actually have to have these done. So let's add that to queue. And let's see, what do I need to do here? Let's put our runners back on our logistics network here so that everybody can be doing stuff again. That's going to take 1,000 seconds. Okay. I'll just go fuck myself then. We need metal plates, which this thing is supposed to be making. So make me some metal plates. And that could just get turned off. That's fine. Let's move this there. And then let's go ahead and move all these things. Whoops. Can we move this here? And this here? And whatever that is there. And then we can make a little space here. Are we okay? Let's go mine some crystals, because I think I also need crystals for this. Stop doing whatever you're doing. Okay. We have crystal powder. We need 72 of it. The way I get crystal powder, we might not have enough crystal powder. Gross. I need some cheats. While I'm in here doing all this automation stuff, having to actively go through and like actually mine and get all of these different resources is a pretty big bummer. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, these are all metal ore nodes that we want to come get. We don't want any of these little ones. We don't care about that. We want these big ones because they're the only ones that really matter. Yeah. Dude, this strat is going to work so good. I'm so fucking excited. Okay. Can I bring my unit over here? We're just going to come up here with our little duder. We're just going to get all the powder that we can. Because we need a bunch. We have a lot of places sort of unlocked. Nope, that one doesn't have any. This one does. We'll need to investigate. Let's just go investigate this one right now. We're just pulling the powder out. No powder. And our web browser's kind of fucking with our shit here. So let's go ahead and turn that off. Okay. Whoops. Need to investigate this one. Nothing. Investigate this one. Nothing. Nothing. You only see air. Don't be silly. I love you very much. Nice. Nope. This one's already solved. That one's solved. Hey, there's some more. Okay, let's take this 30 or so back here. Drop that off. As soon as, so the deal here is going to be that we need to find a way to set ourselves up so that we can get to this point right here as quickly as possible. As soon as we have advanced logistics, if that's what it takes to do the radio stuff, which I think it is, then as soon as we get to all of that, then we should be good. To start really automating some big time stuff. We want to be able to, update the faction registers and send little units out to go blow stuff up. And, sort of find ourselves all of our good ore and stuff like that. We're also going to change the command center logic. I think that's going to be very important. But our scout's back. We'll go drop that stuff off. Not enough space. Somebody make me some space here. Somebody told me that you had a boyfriend. So let's see, I've got 50 in here. And it looks like I need another 68 to finish this up. Why are we not making... We're short metal plates. Let's do another metal plate maker here. Yeah. Can you make metal plates? Oh, I'm not gathering. Go gather some more, dude. While you're at it, why don't you put some more in there? Oh, this thing's off the network. Put that back on the network. There you go. Now we're good to go. Now we're cooking with gas. Let's turn that off. And let's turn that off. And let's turn that off. Because we only want to be making these right now. And in order to make these, we need metal plates and silica dust. I probably need to go get some silica dust then. So let's go drop off these crystals. Let's go farm some silica dust. We'll put this one back on there. Okay. Yeah, I was doing too much fucking around the other day. Or yesterday. Oh yeah, see, that one's not on the fucking network either. So eventually I'm going to want to remove everything from the logistics network and create logic that decides, what workers and stuff like that are going to be carrying back and forth. I think that'll be super important. The store here is going to be right there. All right, we're getting silica. We got 10 silica here. So go ahead and bring that to this. Put all your silica in there. Good deal. Go get more. And then our scout also needs to go get more. That one's solved, doesn't have what we want. That one's solved, doesn't have what we want, doesn't have what we want. We need like 10 more of these powders, which should be fairly easy to get a hold of. Should be pretty easy. I'm also considering, so you can get a lot of decent stuff out of doing these explorables. And so another thing that I'm considering is setting up the base to do all the basic stuff, but then doing a lot more. A broken vehicle. So apparently I could get this thing if I had like a repair kit, I guess. I don't know. Repair required, repair required. Don't care about none of that. New explorable. Okay, let's. Oh god, no. Looks like I found some more blight. We're pretty much just surrounded by blight over here. I probably should have gone back up north to go find more of these little spots, because there's just blight everywhere. I don't really know what these blight storms do. They haven't seemed to really impact me yet. I hate these things. You're ruining my life. Please. These should be really easy to figure out, but I'm real dumb. Because they don't all do the same thing, right? It's not all just adjacent. And so that's too complicated for me. I get too confused. And I end up just kind of clicking buttons until it eventually works. Which takes a while, if I'm being honest. Hey, all that for not the thing that I needed. Super dope. Super duper. We got blight like everywhere. Destroy the giant tree. We're detecting some kind of anomaly. Sure. Destroy the giant tree. Why not? Oh, God. More shields. Well, that was interesting. Kill that trilobite. Tons of silica. Um, Interesting, I suppose. I like that all the little bugs came out of it. That was pretty hilarious. And a little bit terrifying. Why is it always this one? Can't you just leave me alone? Just give me free resources. Yeah, or this one right here. This is also totally fine. This one is much easier to deal with. Okay, but seriously, I'm gonna need you to start giving me the dust. I need more dust. Oh God, let me out of there. Your love is lifting me higher. Why am I exclamation pointing? Slightly damaged. Okay. Than I've ever been lifted before. Okay, game. Oh, there's some explorables. Booyah. Okay, but seriously? Give me the thing. Like, it's not that fucking hard, dude. Can I just have the stuff that I need? God, there's so many resources. This is also going to be a really cool parameter to play with when it comes to the PvP, is resource scarcity. Because in the regular version of the game, resources are extremely abundant. So I think it'd be kind of interesting. I hate this game. I hate this game more than anything. I was saying something, right, about resources. So that'll be really cool. Because some people will go the mass expansion, consume all resources route. And then from there, they will, attempt to do other things. And this is something you see in RTS games a lot, right? You get people who play Zerg and stuff where the strategy is extremely focused on consuming and expanding as much as possible. You play Terrans that tend to be a little more conservative. They go, I think, more for specific large yield, high value resource locations and are a little more pointed with their gathering and expansion operations. And then, I mean, it's been I've never played an RTS game at a really high level. And I've never played, it's been a long time since I've played an RTS. So I could just be talking out of my ass here. But that seems to be okay. Please just give me the fucking powder resource. Like, are we kidding right now? The exploration in the early game is such a huge barrier to trying to get the first few objectives accomplished. This isn't me. Anomaly base. Same technology as our own. This is truly odd. We have discovered much of our own technology on this world, even though we have no record of having landed here before. Something seems different with this base's resimulator. We should investigate it. This technology is indeed our own, but it seems out of place and is creating a wormhole-like tear in our world. It appears to be incomplete. There is code missing. I believe this has something to do with the virus infecting our world, and I have recovered a recipe for containing it. Okay. Dope. So I think I can just, like, take over those units and stuff. Eventually. Which will be cool. Another thing we'll need to automate as much as possible. Here's an explorable. There's one too. Okay. That one's already solved. Doesn't have what I want. Nice. Holy crap, dude. Can't believe how far out here I had to come. I mean, granted, I probably missed some because I'm not really paying attention. And this game isn't super easy to see. But I want to get like another 20. I don't think I quite need that much. I think I had 60 or 50. I need 68. Let's actually go do the math. So let's look here. We need 20 more. We have 2. So we do need another 18. So we need one more 9. And then we'll be good. But there's a lot of resources that you just only get from these crashed ships in the early parts of the game that you need in order to progress these early game researches. So we have to get a lot of this exploration logic figured out. It's just one of those things. It's just one of those days. The explorables that I'm looking for seem to tend to be in these dirt areas. Or maybe that's just where I see them the best, because it's kind of open. That's probably actually what it is. Oop. There's one. There's a car. There's a car. Oh, I'm out of power. Fuck. I keep forgetting that your characters don't just have infinite ability to move around. It's very upsetting. I need the game to account for my stupidity. There's so many of these resources in here. Definitely early game scouting and scavenging is going to be pretty huge for getting those first bits of technologies. I honestly think it might even be worth it to just do that and not even worry like about building things in the start. And just gather all this stuff up. Especially because we can really start gathering and stuff. And, you know, as we explore, we'll be able to just have a lot more resources and stuff. And we'll be able to figure out like where the good resource nodes are right around our area. And oh, we got aliens. No. Oh no. My laser's not going to shoot. Oh, I'm fucked. I am so utterly screwed. ¿Por qué? You can make it, little guy. You got shields. You can do it. I believe. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. There's all the things where the bugs took out my original little thing there. Oh no. Oh no, I'm surrounded by blight. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get back to my base. No. Oh, can I just like barely squeak through here? Yo. Oh no. Oh no. That shield's not repaired. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, everything is bad. Everything is so bad. Look at all the trilobites. And I'm just bringing them back to my base. I'm about to lose another base. This is awesome. Oh shit. Most of them went back. Nice. I don't know why specifically these couple of trilobites are chasing me so far. But thank goodness the rest of those motherfuckers went home. As soon as we get into the grid here, we'll start powering up and then we can kill them. No problem. But yeah, there we go. There we go. Hell yeah. I'm so good at this game. You don't even understand. My capacitor's all charged. Everything's all charged up. Got my shields up. But let's go see here. Let's go out this way a little. See if maybe we can find some more of these. Because there was a lot of them up here. We got a lot of resources up this way. So that's good. Our little scout is like, hey, asshole. I'm almost dead. What are you doing? Stupid blight. Always in the stupid way. I hate the blight. The blight is dumb. Give me, you suck. Give me the things I need. Why are you ruining my day? I just want my resources. Yeah. Zap that bug hole. Oh, it's got like a whole bug hive. Oh shit. Extermination. We must destroy the inferior beings. Kill them all. Please give me my resources. Why won't you give me? Also, why is it always around the water that there's like this dead zone? It's like the water is contaminated or something. Which, I mean, I guess, since it seems like the bugs are a silica-based life form, that they might require different materials, right? Like they don't need regular water, they need like acid water. And so it kills everything else. Because, I mean, well, actually, these trees are also silica-based, it seems. So I wonder if everything on this planet is silica-based, or if there's a mixture of silica and carbon-based life forms. I wonder if some of these shrubs are carbon-based. Dude, this game is so fucking cool. I really wish all my friends wanted to play. Most of my friends are smarter than me, so we would be much further along in our automation if they were helping. I'm just kind of throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks here. I mean, so far it's working. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I have a pretty good understanding, I think, of the like overarching system design. So I think we'll get there. Holy shit. Can something just give me some powdered crystals? Are you fucking kidding me? Can I make powdered crystals? Okay, I gotta be able to make powdered crystal, right? Let's go back up here and let's see. Takes regular crystal and silica. And a refinery. Okay. I honestly thought that it was going to be faster just to go find this crap, but I was wrong. So let's go back to our home base here. And let's see if we can make a refinery. Let's make a refinery. We've got everything we need. Nope. We need one more of these. Which I can't make because we don't have enough space. So let's put away our data chips. There we go. And that should give us our refinery. And then we'll put a refinery on something. And then we'll make what we need. Refinery is a medium. So we're just going to replace the assembler with it, probably. Boom. And then let's make 9 of these. Because that's all I need, is 9 more. All that effort. And then we're not making this stuff, but we have enough. So let's move that there. Perfect. Okay. Hopefully our scout doesn't get themselves killed. Oh, they just ran into the blight. Got it. We're going to have to control this thing just a little bit. So let's get it over here where it can go straight down to the base. The pathfinding on these things is hilarious. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-dum. I think we're progressing. I think we have all the things. Or we're at least making the things. We need silica. Whoops. Hey, little dude. Get over here. Come on. Whoosh. My little duder. As soon as he gets on the network, yeah, everything will start making requests to get stuff. We can actually go ahead and stop that. We can probably stop that. We could probably stop that. Oh, we already had plenty of silica. Dope. Dope. Dope-a-lope. Yeah, I definitely need like a creative mode in this game to help me write all of my automations and stuff. Definitely need a creative mode. Because if we had that, then we could do a lot more random stuff. We could just make buildings and... So something I learned yesterday was you can actually make multi... Here we go. I stole this from somebody. You can make blueprints with multiple structures. So this right here is a beacon. And a beacon comes with a transmitter in it. And it can take resources from any structure within one space of itself and then transmit those resources to any other structure within one space of itself. So you can make these really cool self-contained little things, and then you have an input and an output. And so the beacon just transmits all this stuff around here, and then your output, drones come and pick stuff up, and your input, drones come and drop stuff off. So you just figure out exactly what resources you need, and then you set up these inputs. You lock the slots so that they can only receive the resources that they need. And then you lock the output slots so this dude doesn't ever accidentally put the wrong thing in here. And then, you lock all the slots across all of this stuff so that they're only getting what they want and they're leaving room to be able to make stuff, right? So like if you're making metal plates here, then you want to lock this slot to an item, and it needs to be like the metal or no, not the metal ore. It needs to be metal bars. And then you lock this one to these. And now nothing can ever sort of get in the way of that. And then it's just always, right? You would just always have it making these right here. Hey, what's up, Grizz? This is called Desynced. It is a play-by programming RTS Factorio kind of a game. But it has a visual scripting language that allows you to write programs and get your little bots to follow those programs. So I am trying to automate the entire game. It is not going well. But hey, we got our research there done, which means I can go ahead and produce a couple of these things that I need. I need a radio receiver. And I need a radio transmitter. Yeah, so you can play the game completely manually, in which case it's just like Factorio and a lot of those other games, right? You've crash landed on this planet, you're making a big factory, you're fighting off waves of bugs and stuff like that that come and fight you, that try and destroy you. You're exploring the map, you're doing all that regular stuff just like you would in Factorio. And you don't need any of the programming to be able to make that happen. But you can get in there and program a bunch of shit. And make it do whatever you want automatically. And so you can also control how much of that you want to do, right? If you just wanted to like program your scout to go explore the map for you, so you didn't have to like move it around and do that stuff yourself, then that could be the only automation you have if you wanted. And so you can copy paste automation too. So you don't have to automate it necessarily. Like I didn't write this code specifically. This is something I stole from somebody else because I needed something to throw on to test some other stuff. And so there's like a Discord and they've got, people's behaviors and stuff are all posted up in there. So you could pretty easily automate this game without doing any of it yourself if you wanted. Or you could just play manual, and that's fine too. I really like, how much control I have over that. But let's go look in here. So I just got, hang on. Let's get this radio transmitter on this guy. And then let's get our radio receiver on this guy. And let's see what the hell we can do here. This is an internal, so it'll go right there on the shield. And then read radio, radar, radio event. No. Well, let's just see if what I'm doing here works. Let's just see. So what I'm working on right now, Grays, is my scout is going to be like my world mapper. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get my scout to run around and find all of my resource nodes that have a lot of resources. Ooh. Oh no, I said that. That have a lot of resources associated with them. And then I want him to transmit that via radio signal to other people so that I can go to these big resource nodes and exploit them instead of running around getting all these little ones. And so I'm actually probably just going to blow up the little ones and then just take these big ones that have like 20,000 and then just mine those and sort of build around them. But I'm having a little trouble transmitting my information because I don't know how anything in this game works. Let's see if I can find some information on the radio transmitter on the wiki. Desynced radio, whoops. Radio transmitter. The radio transmitter is an internal component that can transmit data worldwide. It has two registers, the first for the band and the second for the data transmission. Okay, it says it has two registers, but I don't see any registers on it. So, how do I transmit this motherfucking data? How do I pick? How do I pick what band it's on? Like, none of this makes any sense. Drop component, unequipped component. Nope. Not gonna play. Not gonna play. Really, really. I can't get behind getting rid of all of those people's grandfathered rates. People have been maintaining those rates and spending money even when they weren't playing for fucking decades. And if you're not going to give them a heads up that you're taking away their rates, and then you're also going to take away some of their banked subscription time, then you can kiss my ass. I refuse to play a game that is going to be that underhanded. And it's not the dev's fault. It has nothing to do with Jagex itself. It has everything to do with the private equity firm that runs Jagex or that owns Jagex. But Yeah, so what happened when they increased the rates recently? They also made a change to a standing rule, and that rule was that if you maintained your subscription, whether you were maintaining it on a automatic renewal monthly rate or if you were maintaining it through like a yearly subscription or anything like that, then your grandfathered rates would stay current. So there were people with grandfathered rates all the way back to like the original $5 a month cost. And so they were keeping those rates. And they were doing that. And in some cases, they were spending for the yearly because, the premium used to have like other benefits and stuff. But they were paying that yearly subscription price, which was technically more than their monthly subscription price would have been over the course of that year for some of those additional perks. So then they took away most of the additional perks of the premium, and then they changed the rule without giving anybody a heads up, where if you were on the yearly plan instead of your grandfathered automatic monthly plan, then you just got kicked off your grandfathered rates. And they didn't give you an opportunity to change it. They didn't, give everybody a heads up like, hey, we're making it so that you have to be on the month-to-month auto resub in order to maintain your grandfathered rates. There was no information given. They just took everybody who was on a yearly plan who had a grandfathered rate and just took away their grandfathered rate so they can never go back to it, which is bullshit. So they can go fuck themselves. But not only did that happen, there was also something because of a bunch of promotions and stuff they had in the past based off of like the premier packages and stuff like that. And people's, their yearly would lapse and then it would auto renew on their monthly, but then they would buy a yearly. So there was a bunch of weird stuff that was going on with some accounts that had existed for a really long, long time, where they had like a lot of banked subscription time that was like above and beyond whatever their current subscription was. And some of that was just wiped out because of the way it interacted with that grandfathered system. And so a bunch of people lost, like in some cases, more than a year of banked subscription time that had been earned through promotions and stuff like that. And so again, I mean, you ran these promotions, people bought this stuff with the expectation of having access to that. And then you just make it disappear. And that's bullshit. You can't get rid of the extremely predatory treasure hunter bullshit. Say, hey, we're willing to take a maybe potential hit on our income so that we can have more players want to play the game and have a better monetization model. And then literally in 2 months, just shit all over your longest standing players. I mean, if you look, if somebody had a grandfathered rate of $5, that means they've paid you $5 a month for more than 20 fucking years. Who gives a shit if that person can still pay $5 a month for that? Right? How much time have they paid you for that they didn't play so that they could maintain that grandfathered rate? Nobody has been playing this game every single day for 20 fucking years. Right? There's nothing to do at some point, right? You've done it all. There's no more. And so there are lots of people who have given lots of money to maintain those rates that they were getting nothing for, effectively. And to just shit on those people, I mean, that's awful. Can't fucking do that. And so until the grandfathered rates are returned to those people, and all of that time that was wiped out are returned to those people, I will not play RuneScape. And I don't think it's ever going to happen. I don't think they're ever going to return those rates because there's been no word at all from anybody. I guess maybe in the last 3 or 4 days, there could have been some word. But I wouldn't know because I've stopped paying attention. Because at this point, it's taken too long. I'm not going to like keep looking for the next year to see if they change that, right? You had a week and a half. You made no mention whatsoever, even of the fact that you did anything wrong. So I don't care anymore. Get fucked. Got to be aligned somewhere. It honestly makes me feel kind of bad because I'd spent the last 4 months just saying nothing but nice things. I mean, sometimes I'd get a little frustrated because things were difficult. But 90% of everything I had to say about Jagex was positive. And now I feel kind of bad for anybody that I got to come back to the game. Because fuck them. But whatever. I've moved on. We found ourselves an interesting game to play that has. This is also not a single player game. This is a multiplayer game. It can be a PvP game. So what I'm actually doing, I'm running a dedicated server for this game right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a team of anybody who wants to play. And we're going to automate everything in the game. And we're going to make like an AI that can play the whole game all by itself. And then I would like to compete against other people who are also automating. And, you know, we can have different types of things. Like we don't just have to fight each other. We can have races to see who can level up through the tiers the fastest. We can have races to see, you know, who can find the best base spot, who can write an algorithm that'll find the best base spot the fastest. We can do all kinds of stuff because this game, when it comes to automation, it's got a lot of the same implications that a lot of real world robotics automation has. So a lot of these problems have been solved, and those solutions just need to be adapted to this environment and the rules of this game. So it's really interesting to go through and look at some of the different, robotics and AI solutions that have been used and then try and apply them here. So yeah, I think there will be, a lot of different people coming up with a lot of different ideas. And I think it'd be interesting to compete with those automation systems and see who kind of has the best system. But today we're working on automating our scout here. So there's a lot of stuff out in the world, and the world is huge. If you look, it's taken me, I don't know, a couple hours today to run around all this map area. So there's a lot of map. It looks like it's, I mean, I don't even know. Yeah, I have no clue how big the map is. I'd have to look into it, I guess. But yeah, so there's a lot of map to explore, and there's lots of stuff, lots of resources, lots of enemies, lots of little things that you can interact with to get stuff, and all kinds of stuff like that. So I'm trying to set up my scout right now where he'll walk around and look at stuff and then save the locations of some of the things he finds to an array that can be parsed by, my worker bots and stuff. So right now I'm trying to figure out how to get him. I've already got it set up where he loops through all of the mineable objects in his field of view, which is 10 squares. Actually, I guess it's 10 squares from him, so it's a 10 square radius. And then he figures out how many, like what the number of resources are in that spot. And then he compares that number to 10,000. And if it has more than 10,000 of the resource, then it's going to go in here and write that information to a location. And then my goal for this bot is when he writes that data to the global variable that my entire faction shares, then this bot will read that variable and then go to the location of whatever that is. Right now I'm having trouble getting it to write to the global variable because I don't know exactly how to do that. Because this, oh, holy shit, there's its registers. Got it. Okay. Figured it out. Okay. Dope. I'm just a dumb fuck. Set component, right? Yeah. I guess it is set component. Component index. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Chris Dojo? Okay, so this is the value we're setting. And then component and register to set. So we want this component register 1. And we want that to be set to no, we want register 2. And then, just for the sake of this, we're going to go in here. We're going to set this to the proper band, which is the R1 band. And now, it should trigger, hopefully. When it hits the value over 10K. It did not. But we're getting closer. We're on the proper band. I took a coding class freshman year. I regret not paying much attention. Yeah, I took a JavaScripting class when I was in college almost 20 years ago. My degree plan was actually computer science, but I only managed to get through about 3 semesters before I dropped out. But everything else I know, I've learned through trial and error and like Udemy courses, um, just doing some game development stuff in Unreal, just kind of fucking around with things. So a lot of trial and error goes into the stuff that I do. Hmm. How do I identify? Maybe it does need to be register 1, maybe register 0, right? Because computers normally start counting from 0. So maybe it's just that. Maybe there is no register 1. Doesn't look like it's working again. Damn. We're setting this unit value to the register. Of this component. Component and register number to set. What if we just don't do anything there? Nope. Can I maybe see what is the register value or the register number here? Oh, this is interesting. Oh, so I could make this even easier. So I could go over here and I could set this to read R1, and then I could set the receive signal to a go to. That might be worth just clicking in there. Because that's what this register is on, right? No, I've got it on R0 now because I'm dumb. That's my problem. I'm sending out to a register that doesn't exist. So let's take this back up to 2. Although I think I would have been seeing that this was happening. Because I think it still would have been showing the value, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's still not working. It's still not transmitting. There is no transmit. As far as I can tell, it's just always supposed to transmit whatever value. At this point, it's never moving on. I haven't seen it step through to set component yet. Hey, what's up, Droid the Floof? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. It is going well. And by that, I mean I'm really confused. Let's break this out for a second here. Let's just set this up so that it sends. I thought I had everything running properly before, but let's just save it like this. Okay, so that's working. I am sending, and this guy's trying to go to all the spots. So what's broken is my other logic. Now I also, let's go ahead and remove these. And then let's go back into this guy's logic. He's receiving. Let's send him to go to what he receives. Oh, he's got to be receiving on the R1 band. So it's easy enough to set it up where he picks up the band and just goes to that location. And it's easy enough to set up that it's transmitting. But what's weird to me is I'm getting this resource number. Oh, I know what's happening. I was putting things up as a visual. So the result is B. That goes there, that goes there, is equal, if larger. Save all that, yes. And then this dude is going to listen on the R1, and he's going to go wherever it says. Perfect. That no longer needs to exist. So what's happening now is this worker is picking up this signal, but it's only ever moving to this rock because it's only ever sending to the radio value if it sees a rock that has more than 10,000 resources. And so now instead of moving all over the place, it's just going to this rock. So this is what we want, for sure. So now here is the question. So this is great for immediately actioning something, but it's not great for saving this data and then choosing to act on it later. And that's really what I want. Specifically, I want to keep coordinate values of enemy structures, and then I want to make coordinated attacks on those structures in the future. So I just want this scout to run around learning as much as it can. I don't have the resource availability, and you never will, right in the beginning of the game, to just go action every single ore that your scout finds. Right? You can't build a structure on this, start mining, build a bunch of building structures around it, create runners to move resources back and forth. All of those things have to be stepped up towards. And so we want to know where these locations are, and we want to save them in an array. And then we want to pull that array and then look for like closest metal or, closest crystal or whatever resource we happen to need. And then based on which resource we're going to go action, right? If it's metal, we might build all the structures around it that we need to create, a certain type of metal plate or something. Or if it's crystal, we might build multiple miners and then just have tons of workers running stuff back and forth. Or, if it was silica or something like that, right? We're not going to make a lot of stuff with the silica right there. So we might just gather a bunch of it and then transport it. Or maybe we don't even gather, maybe we don't even build a structure and gather, right? Maybe we send out a pack of workers that can all just gather down that whole resource, right? Like a pack of gatherers and, trucks and stuff like that. We could just send it out. They just grab it all and bring it back. I don't know exactly how I want to run it yet. Yeah, have a good night, Grizz. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoy your time in Havenheith. Do I have any idea how to build the array or memory for nodes? No. I know that these are all of the memory arrays. So we can get the array. We can get an element of the array at index, which means, and we can get the memory length. So this means right here that we can loop the array. So we can put, if this was an array, this global variable, we could dump it in here. And then we'll get a value out. And then we can put that value on a number loop, right? So we loop number here. And loop number just means loop number of times. So we loop number from 1 to whatever that is. And then we get whatever index value comes out. And then we get whatever the array value is at each of the index values. And then we can go ahead and act on those. So the thing that I need to do is I need to append to the array, which I believe is just set component. Nope. So the array will have to be internal. And then every time it's updated, I'll need to transmit it again. So I need to get the array, change it inside of here, and then send it again. Okay, easy enough. So this set component is going to have to come here. We're going to have to get a value, right? Get a register or a component. No, just append. Memory insert. Here we go. So we're going to go the resource and the index. Okay, so we pick a resource. So we're going to go here, but we're not just going to go here. We're going to go index. Whoops. Never mind. Array identifier and index. So it's not letting me change the index. But maybe that'll just go to the first index. And then the value we want to add is that one right there. So we should be able to check that. We should be able to just play this and then go look. Oh, nope. That's wrong. But let's look at this. Let's get rid of that value. Okay, perfect. So we're not transmitting. So this is wrong. We do need to pull the value. Probably get from component. So we'll get from there the value. And then we will put that value as the index and append. And then we will set we're not getting an output of a new, right? When we append onto the memory array, I feel like we should be getting an output of the new appended memory array that we can put in here. You know what I mean? We also have set. Okay, here. Set memory array value at a given index. No index will add a new element to the end of the array. So instead of insert, what we actually want is this one. And then we put the array here with no index, which I guess is actually C. The value we add is the resource value from here. Then we're getting the old, but we're still not getting the new one. How do we get the new array? Do we just get the value again? No, there's nowhere to get the value. I don't understand. Because you're just sending a value, right? You can't send instructions to append the array. So you have to pull the array, append it, and then resend it. And we're going to have to do the same thing. In the future, we're going to destroy structures. We're going to... Hey, what's up, Party Wizard? Can you store value to a counter? Not sure how that would work. Count items, count slots. I mean, I feel like it should just be spitting out the new value here. I'm a little concerned that it's spitting out the old value. Like, that doesn't seem to have very much value. If I want the old value, I have the old value, right? I couldn't possibly append to the array if I didn't already have access to the old value. So why am I now getting the old value after appending to the array? Don't make no damn sense. Is this part of Desynced, or is it something on this side? No, this is part of Desynced. This is a play-by programming, like Factorio RTS game. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to set it up so that my scout will drive around the map. And right now I'm just trying to find resources. But eventually I will be creating global arrays for enemy locations, resource nodes, explorables, all kinds of other stuff. And so what I'm doing right now is I've got my scout, and he's already set up. This is already kind of working, where my scout finds a metal ore, or actually any resource. It doesn't have to be metal ore, but any resource that has more than 10,000 units. And if it finds a resource like that, it uploads that information to a global variable. And then this little worker dude right here pulls that global variable and then goes to that location, which means I have the ability to send. You write codes for your troops and characters, but it's really, really in depth. So the visual scripting language that's used is fairly good. But not only, so your units have integrated behavior controllers, right? These run your scripts, but you can add additional behavior controllers to some of their slots. And then you can run concurrent scripts that do other things. So I've got a script that I stole from somebody that does the whole running around looking for stuff thing. And that script can run concurrently with the script I'm writing that figures out what all the resources around it are and then sends that data back to my other characters. And then they can do stuff based on that information. And they can, again, use their integrated controller, but then I can also add additional behavior controllers. So I can set all of my units up with all kinds of different, like decision-making trees and stuff like that. And then they can load and unload different behaviors based on the environment that they're picking up data from. Yeah, it has crazy, crazy good potential. And that's why I'm trying to build a team, because this is a dedicated server that I'm playing on, Party Wizard. And so I'm hosting this server on my laptop. It's really lightweight, actually, to host the server. So I'm looking to find other people who want to join and help me create all the automation. Because the way teams work in this game is instead of everybody getting their own base, when you're in the same faction, you actually control the same units and buildings, and you have access to the same library. So you would be able to see all of my blueprints and all of my behaviors, and I would be able to see all of yours. And so I've got these folders. Well, I only have the one right now, but I want to make 2 folders, one for needs review and one for production. And so what we'll do is people will come in and they'll write their behavior trees and they'll, figure out what they're trying to solve, and they'll put all that information in there. And then they'll put it in the needs review when they get it to a spot where they're happy with it. And then somebody else will go into the needs review file and we'll have at least 2-person authentication. And so, somebody else will come in here and look at it and be like, oh, this looks like it solves something cool. And they'll go test it out and they'll run it through its paces and they'll say, okay, that works. And then they'll move it. Boom. So the good thing is that it can all be done asynchronous, right? We don't have to be on at the same time because I can just leave this server running. So honestly, the team doesn't even have to be only 16 people. It could be 32 people, and only 16 of them could actively be working at a time. And so what I want to do is I want to build a team. And then I'm trying to encourage people on the Desynced Discord and Reddit to also build teams. And then once we get all of our automations going, we can compete with our automations. And it might take days, right? Instead of regular RTS matches that run over the course of, an hour or so, these maps are really fucking huge. And combat isn't necessarily the main focus of this game. So you could have, total domination matches that could potentially be taking place between 16 different automated teams, all happening at the same time. And so then we could come in and we can make content based on that, right? We can watch what's going on. We can, give a little cast to the event, talk about what's happening, talk about some of the scripts that we wrote, and, look at some of the specific behavior of some of our bots and stuff like that. But I think the game has massive potential for content creation, for, just long-term gameplay. So I think it's really cool, and I think we could have a lot of fun with it. So my hope is, that some people will want to participate. And so, I mean, any of you who are watching, if you do feel like you'd be interested in participating, don't worry about your programming experience, um, and stuff like that. Um, I don't have any programming experience. I don't know shit. I'm just kind of making things up as I go here. So you can't really break anything, right? So it doesn't really matter. We can always put it back. We can always save copies and stuff like that. So as long as we follow some practices about saving copies of existing work and doing all that other stuff, it's mostly fine. So if you have any interest at all in attempting to learn programming, or you know some programming, and you'd be interested in helping me automate, then let me know. My Discord is the same as my Twitch and YouTube, so you can probably find me on Discord. I'm in the official Desynced Discord, but you can just hit me up there. I already set up a Discord for the team. It's pretty basic because there's not going to be a lot of us, and it's just specifically there for us to be able to like save behaviors and stuff like that, so we can use them when we go to compete. But yeah, I mean, it's all there. It's all set up. So anybody who's interested is more than welcome to join. And I will give you the password and the IP for the dedicated server. But yeah, I've been having a hell of a time. This has been really fun. It is really stretching my brain as I try and get a lot of this stuff set up. Because it's not just, so not only can you make the behaviors, but you can also make blueprints. And so this is a building, right? And so I can decide what that building's initial settings are. And the buildings can also have integrated behaviors. But I can set it up so that it only accepts certain resources, or when it's built, it's already designed to make a certain item, or anything like that. But not only that, you can make blueprints that have multiple buildings. So I can make a whole little cluster of buildings here that's designed for a specific operation, to make a certain unit or to make a certain resource, do some sort of refining or something. And so all you do is you make that in the game, and then you go over the top of it like that, and then you hit Control C, which is copy. Actually, I think you just have to put C. Yeah, it's just C is copy in this game. And then you come over here and you paste the item. Are you sure you want to add a new multi-building blueprint? Yes. And now we've got new multi-blueprint. Bam, there it is. This is actually the second time I've done this. But you can go in here and change it then. So maybe I don't want this to have an assembler. So I can take that assembler off and tell it, you know what, actually you should have a robotics assembler. And that'll change. And so you can do all that stuff. You can set up its storages. You can decide what its registers are. You can set it up with a different behavior, so that it makes things based on global variable information, or, what other buildings are maybe asking for. So it can make things to supply other buildings, all kinds of stuff. And so because of how many different programs you can ultimately have running concurrently, right? Not only can I run multiple behavior trees on this building, right? Because I could put a behavior controller in each of these internal slots right here. And it has an integrated behavior controller. So I can set it's integrated. So I can have 4 behavior trees running on just this one building. And so the amount of decision making that you can have going on inside of all of your stuff is massive, right? This is a huge, like, multicellular, multi-brain thing you've got going on, because every building can have stuff going on, and every building can make decisions for other units and stuff. So they can call on other units, they can load different actions into different units, they can do all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty deep. And once we get it all set, we're going to have epic fucking battles. But for now, the only thing I can do is get my command center to build itself and get my scout to tell my worker to go to a metal ore. So we're not we're not very far along. We've got some grandiose ideals. And right now we can't even crawl. We're just chilling on the floor, laying down, not really doing anything. But we're working on it. We'll get there. But I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Somebody was in my bathroom. But I just don't know how to get these arrays working. And it's kind of ruining my life. I might have to look up some stuff. Although the wiki on this game is so bad. The documentation in general is just god awful. But let's see what we can do. Yeah, I mean, I understand. It's not, as far as I understand it, not a huge dev team. I don't think I would call them indie. But honestly, I haven't looked too much into the studio and stuff behind the game. But it seems fairly small. And commenting and writing lots of information for, I mean, it's basically an entire language here. At the very least, an API, right? This is a pretty, I guess API is the best way to look at it. It's an extremely robust API for all the bots and units and stuff like that in the game. And so, commenting all of that and making documentation for all of that is a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I'm having a really hard time. Mostly because I don't understand. Let's see what this says. Again, oh, hold up. I'm seeing here. Old value is the value specifically from the index? Okay, so this old value only matters if you have given an index identifier and you're replacing the value of the array with a new value. And then it kicks out the old value just from that specific index location. But because I'm not setting an index location, I'm not getting an old value because the old value is nothing because of that. So I'm just appending the array. But I'm also not getting. So can I just do this? Or maybe this? Is the variable just staying the same? Let's find out. I feel like I saw it do something here for a second. Maybe that was just shadows moving. Okay, so it's not changing the register value at all. So let's see where it's maybe getting stuck. Oh, so it's checking, it's checking, it's checking. Eventually, it's going to go through all this stuff because it's going to hit a value big enough. And then it went through everything. But even though it went through everything, nothing changed. So there's something wrong. Let's look at activate. What is this? Okay. So there's nothing for variables. Um, Can I just get the entire array? I wonder if that would work. But that still has the same problem. Right? Like if I just put that in there and then output whatever the value is, that's just giving me a copy of that. Yeah, there's no output from these methods. And that doesn't make any sense to me. Ooh, I have an idea. So I don't know if I can store an array inside of a global variable, but I might be able to send each new thing. Okay. Kill that. Kill that. Set that. So that's back to, we found a resource. It has more than 10,000. Send it to the proper thing. And then once I get that, my worker moves. But instead of trying to build the array here, let's just take the data in, right? The radio signal sends us a data, and then we'll just build the array here. Hey, Droid, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate that. So what we want to do here is we want to get our memory. We want a memory set. We want to set a new... let's make this something that we can really see, right? A mineable resource array. And that'll also allow us to index it instead of just saving it as a variable. So mineable object, we're going to add the signal's value. We no longer need to go to, hang on. Signal is going to be a, we add the signal's value. Boom. And now we have an appended array. And that can just live in this bot. So we've got that running. This one's been turned off. So let's run this. And then let's like drive around. Nope. Stop. So one thing we need to do is we first need to compare everything in the array. Because we don't want the same value, so we need to loop and compare before we append. So loop number, and then we also need memory length. Here we go, memory length, loop number. So the memory we want is for that right there. The value that gets output goes right there. Nope, goes right there. We go from 1. Nope. We go from 1. Well, let's just go from 0. We go from nothing all the way through the array. The value that outputs at each step needs to get compared. Compare register. So we compare each value to this value. If equal, we do nothing. No. It's only when we're done. Okay. So we need to create a variable that will stop us when we're done. So if equal, we need to like add. Can I not create a new variable there? And then if different, we'll do nothing. So if equal, we need to set a register. Okay. Nope. Hang on. Get offset, move offset, set signpost, set recharge, set number. So we can just set this to 1 to a new variable. Is that right? And then when it's done, if the value equals 1, we don't append. And if the value equals 0, we do append. So we need another compare. We want to compare D to 1. If they're equal, we memory set to that. I also think this does need to be index 1, because index 0 is just append. And that value becomes this value. And then if smaller, nothing. Right? None of these are big enough. Let's go find some bigger resources to go sit next to. There we go. We can get within 10 of both of these. Why are you moving? Okay. Well, because he was moving over here, that means that it figured it out and sent the information, which is great. So now we have these multiple locations. So now I want to stop this. And I want to go in here. And I want to loop through this memory. And then put whatever exists inside of there as the visual. So loop memory. Oh shit. I could have just looped memory. I didn't have to loop number. We're going to have to change this. Yeah, because this didn't actually do anything, did it? Yeah. No, this didn't actually do anything. Oh, fuck, I'm dumb. Okay. Loop, whoop. Loop memory. We want this memory. Okay, so we don't even need this. We don't need to know the memory length. We just need to loop the memory. The value that comes out. Kill all this shit. Okay. So the value that comes out is value B. And then we go value B compares to value A. If they're equal, you add 1 to value C. And then if value C is equal to 1, we do nothing. If it's smaller than 1, we do the thing. Right? Because if it's equal, that means these were equal. Which means we already had this value. Now, is there like a clear? Can I just clear a memory array? Because I feel like my memory array is probably broken. I wonder if the array exists if there's nothing in it. So like I've created this index. I wonder if that's going to create this here and now. Probably. And then the value we're setting is A. Okay. That all seems right. And then here, because I want to know what's in that array, I want to loop memory. I want to loop this memory. And then whatever value comes out, I want to put on my visual. When it's done, we're just going to restart the behavior. But I want to wait in every loop. Let's say a tick is 0.2, so 10 is 2 seconds. That'll give us plenty of time to see. Then we're going to save the shiznit out of that. Then we're going to play it. Then we're going to play this. It doesn't seem to be picking up any radio events. So here's what I'm thinking, I'm thinking maybe these events can't work with the program start. Like it can't run both things concurrently, maybe. So it's not like listening in here. Because I'm not seeing anything happening to that there. So they might need to be separate. So let's give this to this guy. And then we're just going to copy paste this visual indicator script here. What the hell is this? No idea. Deleted. So this is a really cool thing. If you load a script onto a behavior controller and then trade that behavior controller with somebody else, the script goes with it. Which is hella dope. Now if we save this, now we're back to listening in. That's nice. And then if we go over here, why is this? Oh, I didn't save it. We go ahead and copy that, save that bad boy, and then run it. And then hopefully get over here close enough to see some stuff. And then hopefully loop through some different visuals. I wonder if maybe not having any power might stop them from running the behaviors. I don't know. This behavior is actually really complex. Why isn't it running? And this doesn't appear to be. This changed. It definitely sent out that information. No, this is wrong. Oh no, there it is. So it should be looping through that memory and displaying, but it's not. If it's not going to display, what if we take that away? Make this a value. Can we go to? Is this logic still broken? No. Oh, it has to change to trigger. Hang on. Okay. So it has changed. Oh, this memory. Hang on. So because we now have two different behaviors, they don't share memory. So this needs to be a parameter that can be shared. Let's actually see. So right now, every time it hits, it's going down this negative path. Which would mean it's adding the value to the index or to the array, which should be incorrect. But it's not ever comparing the values here. So maybe because there's no memory existing. Oh, sorry. But that should be what we want, right? It should loop, realize there's nothing, add, and then on the next go, there should be something to go there. Well, we're also comparing. Yeah, well, no, C would be nothing until it gets set. And then we actually need to reset the value. That's actually part of it. We need to set the number back to 0 after we do the append. That's a problem. Set C to 0. Oh, nope. 0 to C. I don't understand. how... This is the index output. But we get the value output. But it's always just going straight to done. It's never looping anything. I don't know. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Frustrating. This is a really core thing to be able to fix, though, because we need memory. Memory is very important. And so part of what I'm going to be using this for is, for example, if I run out of a resource. So we're going to have a lot of structures, a lot of things that are building stuff. And those things are mostly going to be running in sort of closed loops. But one of the things they're probably going to be doing is they're probably going to be sharing resource pools, right? There will be like a central resource pool. And so if a bunch of things start not having any metal, for example, then it'll mean that we've run out of metal. And so what I want is for each of those discrete manufacturing blocks to be able to send out on a global variable like, hey, we're not getting X resource. And then this, I think I'm going to keep like all of my memory in little workers or something like that. And so the worker will pick that information up and go, hey, we're out of metal. And then it'll go through its little array here, figure out where the closest metal is, and then send a unit of, or not a unit, like a squadron of gathering bots to go hit that big unit, or that big metal node, and then bring all that metal back. And so what we're trying to build something that's flexible, right? Because it's pretty easy to say, here's a location, go there, do the mining. And it's easy enough to do, like random scouting. It's easy to do a lot of those things. But what we want is a flexible supply chain so that as issues come up, we can react to them instead of just letting ourselves get bogged down. And memory will play a huge part of that. That will also be true for attacking enemies. we'll want to keep track of like where their bases and stuff are, and then make strikes against those bases. Maybe even picking two bases to strike that are extremely separated from each other, so that, if the person's AI wasn't developed well, then maybe they get their bots stuck in a loop trying to go back and forth between the two places that are being attacked. Um, I don't know. There's lots of little things to try and exploit there. So we want to keep as much data as we can. We want to know what the map looks like as much as possible inside of our little world. But this is kicking my ass. Kicking my ass. And I don't really know what to do about it. God, I wish there was more information. Maybe I need to set this. Hang on. It might be that simple. Actually. Okay, it went through the append twice, which it should have done. Nope, it's still not moving. Um, this is kicking my ass. What's really confusing me is it's never moving forward to compare. I mean, I guess that's not true. That's to be expected, because there's nothing to loop here. So the minute you come in, you're done, and you just go. But then as soon as it appends, it should then start. And it's just never comparing. It never understands that it has information. We are getting data, though, which is cool. Because it's triggering. So our little move around bot is doing the thing that it's supposed to do. And apparently it still does it, even while, yeah, no power. That's cool. So behavior controllers work when you don't have power. Although I am a little confused about why this isn't working anymore. Oh, if it has no power, it stops working. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Fudge, dude. Fudge, fudge, fudge. How do memory arrays work? How do I instantiate a memory array? Hmm. Maybe I need to use memory insert. And then we use the index value. We insert the value. And then we set 0 to that. Okay. Seems reasonable to think that could work. I was wrong. It is unreasonable to believe that that would work. How do I create a fucking memory array? I'm going to lose my shit. How does this memory insert even work? Because there's no identifier here, right? This is just a random index number. So how is that even a thing? I don't even understand. I am losing my shit. I don't think I want to deal with this anymore right now. I mean, I'm happy. I've made some good progress. The fact that I can get the radio signals working, the fact that I can identify and send out data on high value resources is nice. As soon as I can crack this array, then we're fucking money. And we can really start building out some stuff. But if I can't crack this array, I'm going to lose it. I'm sure it's something really simple, some like basic function of programming, like some normal thing that everybody knows. And I'm just fucking it up because I don't have any formal training, which is fine. I'm going to be kicking myself in the butt when I finally figure it out. But I do not understand it right now, and it's making my head hurt. I mean, I'm sure it's really, really hard to follow when I'm over here just like randomly clicking buttons and shit. I don't do a great job of explaining what it is I'm trying to do as I do it. This is a very new type of game to stream for me. Normally I play like MMOs and stuff. And so I probably need to adjust how I explain things a little. Especially because this isn't the kind of game necessarily that you would want to watch um all the time. Maybe something you could listen to, but not necessarily be actively watching. And so if I don't do a good job of explaining in words what I'm doing on this screen, I could see things getting a little frustrating for the viewer. Eventually, most of the streams will be about watching the bots fight each other. And then every now and then we might get on and discuss a couple of specific behaviors. or something like that. And then, you know, we'll put out videos and stuff about some different behaviors that I've set up. But for now, I'm mostly doing these particular streams in an effort to find people who maybe also want to participate in the Automation League. Oops, sorry. I whacked my head again. Now that this dude's been on this energy for a while, let's make sure that this actually works. I might have broken whatever this is. Oh, it doesn't have enough health to keep going. I see. Can we make like a health pack? Can repair a unit or building it's equipped on. Make me one of those. Nice. 0.5 repair per second. I'm not quite to 50 hours. Today's my third or fourth day playing the game. I can't play this game nearly as much as I can play a lot of other games, especially because of the way that I'm playing. If I was just strictly playing this as like an RTS or a factory builder, and I was mostly doing things manually, um, then I'd be good to go. I wouldn't really be worried. And I could play for hours and hours and hours. But the mental load of trying to figure out these behaviors is daunting. And so I've got about 4 or 5 hours a day in me before I'm like, okay, I need to shut it down for the day, watch some TV, be a bum. I mean, you just don't have a choice, right? Like, if you're not taking a break when you're doing stuff that's requiring this much thought, then you're really hurting yourself, because it's when you're just relaxing that a lot of times solutions come to you. When you're too focused on the problem, you know, there's an amount of time that you can focus on trying to solve a problem, but if you can't solve the problem within a few hours, then it's because your brain is too focused on what you're doing and you're not looking at it from enough different perspectives. And so you just have to take a break. And we're kind of getting to that point with this. I've been kind of bashing my face into the wall a little bit here. And so I want to watch these behaviors operate in tandem a little bit. And then we'll be done for the day after that. But I think it's so cool that you can have multiple behaviors running on a single unit by adding these extra behavior controllers. Just that small fact alone makes these so powerful and really adds to the depth of this game. Like, a lot. It's kind of crazy. Scout's pretty healed now. I think it has to get all the way back to full, but I would really like to try and find a way to set the array as the global variable because I want different units to be able to pull that data. Just creating the array on a worker unit and letting it be in charge is fine. Ooh, that's interesting. So this controller holds a behavior. I wonder if it also holds all the variables. And if I move this behavior controller from one person to another, and can I duplicate the data on here? All right, there it goes. We got back up to its 100% health. And now it's going to go exploring. And we're going to get to see as it finds new resources. It should also pick up this. Yep, there it did. The laterite. So there was more than 10,000 of that, and it picked it up. So this is what's going to really be going on with our scout here, right? We're going to travel around. We're going to do all the things. We're going to open up explorables. We're going to do all that stuff. And then while we're doing that, we're going to be mapping the environment. Boom, we just picked up that. And so this is why the array is a big deal to me. I want to be able to save that data, right? Because that's too many locations. I can't action both of these locations yet. I don't have the resources. I don't have the units. I don't have any of that stuff. And so if I don't save it, then a lot of these close locations are going to kind of go to waste because I'm going to be actioning things later in the game after this scout has moved out to explore further away. And I don't want that. I want to be able to save all of those locations and then loop those locations based on, resource type and all that stuff. My scout's not damaged. What are you smoking, dude? Anyway, we'll turn this off. But all those different behaviors being able to go off at the same time is crazy. You spilled your beer. Oh my gosh, no. Save it. Drink it off the desk. Don't let the beer go to waste. If you got any on your shirt, wring it out. But yeah, I think we're probably going to call the stream quits there. The streams are a little shorter when we play this game, but that's fine. It just takes a lot of brain power, and I've only got so much to try and play this game. So I really appreciate we had some new people in the chat today. That was cool. Droid, thanks for hanging out, talking, helping me solve my problems here. I really appreciate that. I'll be on tomorrow at the same time. Normally I take Thursdays off, and then I stream every other day of the week. From, let's see, 6 o'clock Eastern time until about right now. So we've been streaming for about 4 hours and 20 minutes. And that's always when I get started. But yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of their night, and I will see you all tomorrow for the next one. When we have, I'm sure, the exact same problem.